Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon on this Friday afternoon. It is Friday, March 17th, 2023. I'm once again standing alongside the Polderbaan, runway 18 right, where at this moment touching down a 777 from China Southern Cargo. Coming in from Shanghai, the airplane is 2 years old, was delivered in March 2020, and it was airborne for 11 hours and 33 minutes. The next plane that is coming this way is an Embraer 190 from KLM, flight 1144. It is coming in from Oslo. The airplane is 13 years old, delivered in January 2010, and it is just about visible. It is cloudy. Overcast, not so much. The sun is coming out every now and then, but it isn't really sunny as on a bright summer day. Temperature is very nice. It is 15 degrees centigrade at the moment, so that is approximately 60 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm standing here with my jacket on, but it is actually quite warm, so in that sense it does feel a bit like spring. There's hardly any wind at the moment. What wind there is coming from the south, as was the case yesterday. At the moment, Polderbaan or runway 18 right, the only runway in use for landings, as was the case yesterday. Basically the same configuration as yesterday is active at the moment. So runway 24 and 18 left are used for departures, and if it gets more busy with arrivals, then runway 27 opens up as a secondary runway for landings. Runway 24 remains open for departures, and runway 18 right, where we are standing, remains open for arrivals. Laura, good afternoon. Jan Verbeke, good afternoon. Airport Holland, good to see you again. Carlos Rivera, welcome and good day to you too. Hope everybody is doing well. Nia, good day to you. Nice to see you again. Stephen Morley from Ribble Valley, England. Welcome to the stream again. Good to see you. Hey Ina, good afternoon. Good to see you too. A lot of familiar names tuning in already. Now, I was planning on going out this morning, but when I looked at the weather radar, it seemed like it was going to rain around the end of the morning, beginning of the afternoon. So I decided to wait until the rain was over, but in the end, while there was precipitation on the radar, in actuality there was hardly any rain at all. So in hindsight, I could have easily gone over here in the morning. Oh well, hindsight is always 20/20, as they say. Another Embraer 175 from KLM, just touched down. And the next plane to arrive, as a tractor is also making its way over here. You'll be hearing it. The next plane coming in is KLM flight 1010, a binary flight coming in from London Heathrow, Boeing 737-700. It is 13 years old, delivered in November 2009. And there she is. Behind it is another KLM 737. I think it's also a 700. Yep, coming in from Toulouse. So we'll see two consecutive 737-700s. If my camera regains focus, that is. I think I might even take off my jacket because it's getting really warm and I still have my thick winter parka on. Really overkill at the moment. Aquas, good day to you. Mateus Jakovic, good day. Julian, good day. Welcome back everybody. Donald Connor from North Carolina, USA. Good morning. Hope everybody is doing well with the weekend around the corner. Gary Crowson, James Daly, good day. Nice to see so many names tuning in on this Friday afternoon. As I was saying, it's rather warm at the moment, 15 degrees centigrade or about 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So my winter parka is really overkill. Let me see if I can take a moment to take off my jacket once this airplane has landed. Coming in now, KLM flight 1304, second consecutive Boeing 737-700 from KLM. This one coming in from Toulouse, France. After a flight of an hour and 20 minutes. The airplane 14 years old that you're seeing here, delivered in October 2008. And another relatively high-speed passage. If you're not familiar with the layout of Schiphol, this runway is the newest addition, delivered in 2003. The Polderbaan, runway 18 right, 36 left. It is the furthest removed from the main platform area, so these airplanes that land here, this Boeing 737 that you see right now, still has a 15-minute or so taxi before it's at the gate. So you see a lot of KLM airplanes keeping up the speed because they still have a significant taxi ahead of them. Lucas and M. Moltovan, good day to you. And Janet, welcome, good day. Hope everybody is doing well. Welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are waiting now for the next plane to arrive. At the moment, runway 18 right is the only runway in use for arrivals. Let me double check to see if that's still the case. Yep, 2 runways in use for departures, 1 runway in use for landings. The first plane to arrive will be a 777-200 from KLM, coming in from Lima. Visibility seems to be good, but because it looks like there are more clouds in the background than yesterday, so at least on my screen, on my camera screen, I have more trouble seeing the airplanes in advance than yesterday because there was more contrast. Maybe there's also a bit more haziness, but on ground level visibility is good. If I look around me, you can see as far in the distance as could reasonably be expected. I see YouTube fan and Kuni Linux also tuning in. Good afternoon. Good to see you all again. Everybody tuning in to celebrate the beginning of the weekend. Queenie mentions that this morning four queens in 1 hour. That's quite something. I was looking to go out this morning to go stream, but looking at the weather radar, they predicted some rain around the end of the morning, beginning of the afternoon. So I decided to wait it out, which in hindsight I wouldn't have had to do, because I think we did have a few droplets, and also while I was setting up just now, just a few droplets. But it looked far worse on the weather radar than it actually was in practice. Oh, Kuni refers to the queens already early in the morning, around 9 o'clock. So far out in the distance I can make out the 777 that is coming over here. It is KLM flight 744. It is a Boeing 777-200ER coming in from Lima. It has been airborne now for 11 hours and 20 minutes. The airplane, relatively old, 18 years. It was delivered in March 2004. And looks like three Embraer 190s will be coming after the 777. Hope the video and the audio are okay. Yesterday, at the beginning of the stream, particularly, some people were experiencing buffering issues and also sound that was on and off. Nia confirming that everything is fine. I'm happy to hear that. Kuni was thinking his glasses were upside down, but it's Ina and Nia. Now we're waiting for a person called Annie to also join the stream. Then we have Nia, Annie, and Ina. YouTube fan informing us that there's a KLM 747 cargo inbound expected in 1 hour and 30 minutes or so. Well, I'll definitely stick around until then. I was a little later on the scene than I had originally intended. Unless traffic really dries up in the meantime, I'm definitely looking until 6 p.m. local time or so, depending on the situation around then. I think we shouldn't have any more precipitation for now. I think it's going to rain again, maybe during the night and also tomorrow, or at least some showers. I think they even warned for thunder showers. Meanwhile, there is a train of airplanes lining up coming this way. 3 Embraer 190s in a row. The first one from KLM coming in from Belgrade. KLM flight 1906. It is a plane that is 9 years old. This one, delivered in October 2013, coming in from Belgrade after 2 hours and almost 15 minutes of flight. The Embraer vacating the runway here at the first exit so that the next Embraer can land. It's already visible, so for some reason my camera finds it too small to properly focus on. Now it keeps the focus. Alright, so the airplane we see right here is BA flight 8453, BA City Flyer, British Airways. It is inbound, coming from London City. Short flight, only 40 minutes. The airplane, 9 years old, delivered in March 2014. It too vacating over at the first exit, so that the third consecutive Embraer 190 can also land safely. This is KLM flight 1584. It is coming in from Bologna in Italy after a flight of 1 hour and 36 minutes or so. This is a 13-year-old vehicle delivered in October 2009. Spoilers lowered and exit stage left. Michael G. Kelly, Weasel Weaver, good day to you all. Good to see so many people joining us today. So now the run of Embraers is over for the time being, and it is a 737 from KLM that is breaking the trend. This a Boeing 737-800. It is coming in from Budapest. The airplane, 11 years old, delivered in May 2011. You can see not vacating the runway at the first exit, but continuing a little further on the runway. And the next airplane is already creeping closer and closer by. Let me have a look at flight radar. What's coming in? It is an Embraer 175 from KLM, flight 1446, coming in from Aberdeen. After a flight of 1 hour and 11 minutes, the airplane, 6 years old, delivered in January 2017. And is it St. Patrick's Day today? In that case, happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. As somebody who has no Irish roots, nor anybody in his social circle who is of Irish descent, I know of St. Patrick's Day, but don't have clearly in my mind when exactly that is. Now folks, if you're new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing so far, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live you receive a heads up and can join us if you have the time and are feeling like it. And it also helps me to reach more people like you and me who also are into content like this. The next plane to arrive is KLM flight 1602. It is a Boeing 737-800 coming in from Rome. Now touching down. It's an oldie, 22 years old, delivered in June 2000, this one. And she's keeping up the speed. No time to waste. Next up is another KLM 737-800. This one coming in from Porto, Portugal. And there's also already an aircraft behind it visible. That would be EasyJet flight 26921 coming in from Edinburgh, an A319. But first up, KLM flight 1712, another 737-800, inbound from Porto, Portugal, a flight of 2 hours and 4 minutes. The airplane, 3 years old, delivered in December 2019. Now, as yesterday was the case, the wind is still blowing from the south, albeit less hard than yesterday, just a few knots, nothing to write home about. The pilots are facing headwind, but what wind there is very little. So don't expect any crabbing or anything like that, because weather conditions are not such that crabbing arrivals will be seen today. So the airplane from Porto, making room for the next one to arrive. As I was saying, an A319 from EasyJet coming in from Edinburgh. This airplane, 15 years old, delivered in February 2008. Good afternoon, Peter PDK and Fahad Ali. Good to see you. Hope everybody is doing alright. And the EasyJet A319 exiting at the first exit. Meanwhile, two more planes have become visible in the distance. Can you guys see the second one as well? Hard for me to see on my little 3-inch screen. Oh yeah, you guys can see it. Hey Thijs, goedemiddag, good afternoon, good to see you again. Welcome back. So, next coming in is an Embraer 190 from KLM, flight 1346. It's coming in from Billund, and the airplane is 13 years old. Was delivered in September 2009. And the City Hopper also exiting at the first exit. The next airplane is 737. Creeping closer by, it is KLM flight 1670, 737-800, inbound from Barcelona in Spain. After 1 hour and 37 minutes of flight, now touching down. The airplane is 14 years old, delivered in April 2008. And I can already see it's keeping up the speed. Exiting at a further exit. Meanwhile, the next plane is already visible, has the landing lights on. And it is an E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1642 coming in from Florence, Italy. This airplane is 1 year old, delivered in April 2021 after a flight of 1 hour and 40 minutes. And in the distance, coming in from the right, the next plane. So you can see it, but because of the clouds in the distance, it is a bit more difficult, less contrast than yesterday. exiting at the first exit over here. Now there are 2 planes visible in the distance. I hope I can also show you. I think you should be able to see them. Let's have a look at flight radar. The first plane in the foreground is an Embraer 190 from KLM coming in from Birmingham after a 45-minute flight. The airplane, 7 years old, delivered in November 2015, and behind it is the 444 from China Cargo Airlines, flight 205, coming in from Shanghai after 11.5 hours of flight. The airplane, 2 years old, delivered in June 2020. Alright, let's turn around the camera back to the 777 that is approaching fast. Photo for you, good afternoon, good to see you again. Just in time for the 777. Let's see if the pilots of this triple will also make it a soft landing or if it's going to be a little bumpy. Well, that was by no means a bumpy landing, that's for sure. Hi there, DVHB27, good day. Good to see you again, welcome. All other viewers who have joined us in the meantime, welcome to AMS Live as well. My name is Boy, it is Friday afternoon, we are standing alongside the Polderbaan. And maybe or maybe not, runway 27 has also opened. Besides this runway, One Night Ride, where landings have been taking place throughout the day. Basically the same configuration as yesterday. There's wind blowing from the south, albeit not as hard as yesterday. Runway 18 right, the primary runway, all day in use for arrivals. When it gets more busy, they also open up runway 27. Kaagbaan runway 24 has been open all day for departures, and depending on how busy it is with outbound traffic, they also open up runway 18 left as a secondary runway. So it's been on and off between 27 and 18 left, and 24 and 18 right have been open for departures and arrivals throughout the day respectively. The airplane we see land right here is a Boeing 737-800. It is from Transavia, coming in from Reykjavik in Iceland, passing us at high speed, hardly slowing down. It is a 6-year-old airplane, delivered in May 2016. Let's turn around the camera because there is more traffic underway. The next plane to arrive is an Embraer 175 from KLM flight 1210, coming in from Kristiansand after a flight of 1 hour and 13 minutes. The airplane, 6 years old, delivered in July 2016. Behind it is going to be an A319 from EasyJet coming in from London Luton. Also already visible in the distance. But first, the 175 Embraer coming in from Kristiansand. So there are two planes visible at the moment. The first one is EasyJet flight 22156 coming in from London Luton. It is an A319 airborne for 40 minutes. The plane, 15 years old, delivered in June 2007, and behind it is KLM flight 960, a 737-800 coming in from Newcastle after a 50-minute flight. The airplane, 15 years old, delivered in February 2008. Stephen Morley, thank you so much for your kind words. I do my best. Still fine-tuning the right drag resistance for panning smoothly. When those KLM flights pass by at high speed, the highest drag setting might be a little slow, but in general I think it is better for smooth panning. Still working out what works optimally. Right, quickly back with the camera facing north. The next plane already coming in. Joshua Leclerc, good afternoon. The Euroslav, good day, nice name. En Kathleen Vrijen, good afternoon, goedemiddag. Meanwhile we see a wheelie landing from the pilot from this 737. Another KLM pilot in a hurry. So next plane coming in, inbound from Newcastle. KLM flight 9865, Boeing 737-800. The airplane that we are seeing approach is 22 years old, delivered in November 2000. And now that the sun has been out less and less and is behind the clouds more and more, it's time for me to put on my jacket again, because I am getting cold a little. It was comfortable in the beginning, well, I was also maybe a bit warm from setting up everything, kneeling down and stuff like that more often. The wind is always blowing over here where I'm standing out in the open field. So if the air temperature is not too warm just yet and the sun is also hiding behind the clouds, it does tend to get chilly a little. Although I'm sure that if I were walking just casually, I wouldn't have needed my jacket, because you'll be producing heat from the muscle activity. And with that, the current temperature is really comfortable. As I was saying, it is 15 degrees centigrade at the moment, so that's approximately 60 degrees Fahrenheit if you're familiar to Fahrenheit. Spring-like temperatures. However, it's only short-lived, if I'm not mistaken. I think tomorrow it will also be warm, perhaps even warmer if I recall correctly. But they issued warnings already for thunderstorms tomorrow. After that, I think on Sunday it's going to rain again. Typical Dutch weather. Spring. Not yet making an official breakthrough just yet. So we are now waiting for the next plane to arrive, and I'm looking at flight radar. A couple of flights are in fact landing on 27. I'm thinking that BA 438 coming in from Heathrow is most likely going to be number 1. Still a bit far out, also not visible in the distance just yet. I see more airplanes coming in from Belgium and also from the North Sea, so we are definitely not done with inbound traffic for this afternoon. However, there's also a slew of airplanes coming in from the east, and they all seem to be going to runway 27 at the moment. Kathleen says it is 41 Fahrenheit over there in New York. Much colder than it is right here, although in a few days from now we'll also be going back to those temperatures a little. At least in New York you have a land climate and also still some cold winters, more than you do over here in the Netherlands. Here the summers are, well, they used to be cool. Last couple of years they've been much warmer with heat waves and extreme weather, as has been the case in a lot of places, but winters have always been rather warm. We used to have periods where you would have frost and we're also able to ice skate on lakes and stuff. Nowadays it's becoming more and more rare. Snow, also not very common. We used to have white winters in the Netherlands, but then that's like more than 50 years ago. Unfortunately, last few years, if we do get some snow, it's always very short-lived. The folks living more land inward, more towards Belgium, more towards Germany, they can enjoy snow a bit longer than us here in the west, but overall it's not what it used to be anymore. Martijn, good evening, I think it is. Checking in from Manila. En Gosse, goedemiddag, good afternoon my friend. Good to see you again. We're waiting for the next traffic to arrive. It is becoming visible. It's British Airways 438. It's an A320-200. It's coming in from London Heathrow, and then I should minimize flight radar. I had to press a little higher so that I can see the details of the flight. The airplane, 13 years old, delivered in February 2010. Most likely coming after that is an Embraer 190 from KLM coming in from Zurich, Switzerland. For the moment, runway 27 is also open as a secondary runway for arrivals. Hopefully it won't be too long before it's going to close again and all inbound traffic will be heading this way. By the looks of it, the stream is still live. I don't see any issues on my video screen. Hopefully you guys are experiencing no buffering issues like some of the people yesterday were having in the beginning of the stream. Hopefully audio is also well. I'm still trying to find out what the crackling is that you hear and also heard yesterday when the wind is blowing from certain directions. I didn't hear it when it was storming and I was standing alongside the Buitenvelderbaan last Monday, but yesterday it was audible again. I'm thinking it might be a loose connector, but I've been troubleshooting at home several times now and so far still haven't been able to locate the source of the problem. I was hoping for a bit more wind actually. Because I'm now trying to fixate the HDMI connector that runs from my camera to my laptop and see if maybe that would help, but the weather conditions as they are today, probably you wouldn't hear any crackling regardless. Christian Zwick from Boston, USA, good morning to you. Welcome to the stream. I see several confirmations that you guys are having no trouble with the stream. I'm very happy to hear that. Phil Tovey, good day to you. Welcome back. Good to see you again. And happy St. Patrick's Day to all. So this Embraer 190 is coming in from Zurich, Switzerland. yet another KLM pilot in a hurry. Meanwhile, the sun is starting to come out of hiding again, a little at least. Next up is a Boeing 737-800 from KLM. It's flight 1416. It's inbound from Lyon, France, after a flight of 1 hour and 5 minutes. The airplane, 14 years old, delivered in May 2008. For those of you who tuned in later, welcome to the stream, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy, and this Boeing 737-800 from KLM, now touching down, coming in from Lyon, France, and doing a wheelie. Very lovely wheelie. Look at that. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? The award for longest wheelie in the stream so far will be going to the pilot of this airplane. That was at least several hundred meters that the nose wheel was not touching down. Very nice display of control by the pilot in control. The pilot flying. Now, hopefully you guys can make out the next plane. I see it in the distance visually, but I cannot see clearly if you guys can see it on the screen. Let me look at my laptop. Oh yeah, you guys can see it. Excellent. So, this is Ryanair flight 5557 coming in from Dublin, a 737-800, airborne now for 1 hour and 5 minutes. The airplane, 16 years old, delivered in January 2007. Goeie stream en geluid, boy, zegt Thijs. Okay, thank you so much for the feedback. Good to hear. For whatever reason, some people were experiencing buffer issues yesterday. I'm happy to hear that so far that hasn't been the case. Christy D checking in from Pennsylvania. Good morning. Welcome to the stream. All other viewers who have meanwhile joined us, welcome to you guys too. Feel free to enter in the chat, the more the merrier. It is Friday afternoon over here. I'm standing alongside the polderbound runway 18 right. It is one of the 3 north-south oriented runways that Schiphol Airport has. This one, the latest edition. It was delivered in, or finalized I should say, in 2003, so it's celebrating its 20th birthday this year. It's furthest removed from the main platform area while we're waiting for the next plane to arrive. And regular viewers will have seen me do this already a few times. This runway is so far away from the main platform area. It has its dedicated ATC control tower and also a dedicated fire station besides it. The main control tower over to the left, in the distance behind the trees. So easy to see why they needed a separate control tower for airplanes taking off and landing over here. The airplanes, when they touch down over here, still have a 15-minute or so taxi ahead of them before they are at the gates, depending on where they need to be, at which gate. Normally speaking, they could cross the middle of the 3 north-south oriented runways where they enter the vicinity of the main platform area. Now this is not possible, at least for a few more weeks, because of major maintenance being performed on runway 18 center, 36 center. So they have to go down and up again around the runway if they need to be at the north part of the main platform area. If they have to be on the south part, they only have to go down it, and the taxi is not much longer than it normally would be. For instance, the cargo aircraft all need to go over there. That's where the cargo area is, on both sides of runway 0624. Sumas from India, good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. So we see another Embraer from KLM touching down. A short flight, this one coming in from Brussels, Belgium. So that's only a, 20-minute flight or so. It's so short that these airplanes don't even climb to regular cruising altitude, but stay, I think it's between 20 and 25,000 feet, because by the time they reach the top of climb, they have a few minutes before the top of descent already is there, and they need to start preparing for landing. With the exception of relocation flights, such as, for instance, Transavia does every now and then between Eindhoven, Rotterdam, Amsterdam and Groningen. The Brussels-Amsterdam connection is one of the shortest there is. Düsseldorf also one of the shortest flights. Really remarkable that these can stay profitable. And so another 737 from KLM was that. This one was coming in from Manchester. Now, there are 2 more planes visible. I hope you guys can see them too. Let me have a look at my laptop screen. Oh yeah, you guys can see them. I'm zoomed out just a little bit much. Hard for me to discern the airplanes on my 3-inch camera screen, so sometimes it's hard for me to see if you guys can see the airplanes while I can see them visually over here if I look over my camera. So 2 planes are inbound at the moment. The first one to arrive is an Embraer 190 KLM flight 1086. It is coming from Cork after an hour and 15 minutes of flight. The airplane 11 years old, delivered in January 2012, and behind it Aer Lingus on St. Patrick's Day, so that's lovely. Coming in from Dublin, it's an A320-200, airborne now for an hour and 2 minutes. The airplane 18 years old, delivered in March 2005.
Ja, wer hat da die Hosen an?
Now the Embraer vacating the runway at the first exit, which is over here, to make room for the Airbus from Aer Lingus. That is also getting closer and closer by. There she is. Hey Rick, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Welcome back. Rick already had weekend today. Martin, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Welcome back. Good to see you all. Hope everybody is doing well. And folks, if you're new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. It works both ways. It allows you to turn on notifications so that you can get a heads up whenever I go live. And it helps me to reach more people like you and me who also are into content like this. Beautiful machine, beautiful livery. Very St. Patrick's Day. Rick, I'm doing fine. The temperature is warm over here. It's 15 degrees centigrade or roughly 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So I've been switching between having my jacket on and off again. Initially I was a bit warm and I took off my jacket, but with the wind picking up and now it has subsided again, I started getting cold again. It's a bit strange, the weather. Also, I was looking to go live this morning initially, but looking at the weather radar this morning after waking up, I saw that they were expecting rain also for the Schiphol area around the end of the morning, beginning of the afternoon. So I figured I'll wait it out. But in hindsight, that wouldn't have been necessary because in the end there only fell a few droplets. And it looked far worse on the radar than it actually was on the ground. So I'm afraid that the density of heavies in this stream is a bit lower than probably would have been the case had I been out here this morning. Still plenty to see still. Quickly back. The next plane is already touching down. No time to waste. It is an EasyJet Airbus. This A319 coming in from Nice in France. After 1.5 hours of flight, the airplane that you're seeing, it is 12 years old, delivered in September 2010. And here once again, I think it's a Falcon. My hands are off the camera and off the tripod. You can see it is hovering still like a helicopter. Unfortunately, I cannot zoom in any further. I'm always surprised by how skilled these birds are, hovering just still over the ground until they don't. One bird that isn't hovering still is this one. It is an Embraer 190. You guys already recognize that. It is from KLM. You guys already saw that. It is KLM flight 1476. Touching down after an hour and 10 minutes of flight from Glasgow to Amsterdam. This airplane that you're seeing, 9 years old, delivered in December 2013. Vacating the runway over here at the first exit. Two more planes visible already in the distance. And here they are. The first one coming in is an Embraer 190, also from KLM, flight 1282, coming in from Edinburgh. It is a 13-year-old plane delivered in January 2010. Behind it is going to be Royal Air Maroc, flight 850, coming in from Casablanca after 2 hours and almost 45 minutes of flight. And that is a 16-year-old airplane delivered in February 2007. And quickly back to the touchdown of the Embraer. YouTube fan informing us bound in 30 minutes. I sure hope that it's going to land on 18 right and not on runway 27. Is 27 still open? I'm wondering. I can check in a few minutes after the Royal Air Maroc airplane. has landed and passed us. Hey there's Sam Koopman. Welcome to the stream, good afternoon, hope you're doing well. Let me double check, and runway 27 still seems to be open. So hopefully the Queen will come this way. We're now waiting for the next plane to arrive. It is a Transavia airplane, a 737-800 coming in from La Palma after 4 hours and 3 minutes of flight at the moment. The airplane is 7 years old, delivered in February 2016. Behind it is going to be another 737-800 from KLM, this one, flight 936. Also inbound from Dublin, another Dublin aircraft. 12 years old, this 737, delivered in March 2011. Christy, thanks for the compliment. I do my best. It is quite difficult to maintain focus on the flaps while the airplane is passing by. You have to make a 180 turn with the camera, and yeah, you cannot do that from one position. You have to walk around the tripod, so I try to minimize the wobble. It's actually technically quite challenging to do so. Now on paper there's wind from the south, but you can hardly see anything in terms of chimney smoke, more or less going straight up. If you look over here in the water, it's almost like a mirror. Just a few waves, mostly by this bird. Nothing compared to last Monday. For those of you who missed it, last Monday we had a full-blown storm here in the Netherlands, and I was out at the runway for 4.5 hours. Make sure you check that stream if you haven't done so already. We had 4 go-arounds in the stream. I have them timestamped in a pinned comment below the video. So if you're interested and you haven't seen it already, make sure you check that after today's video. Sam asking if there are other heavies incoming besides the 747. I checked myself, and I think there aren't a lot anymore coming this way. I think we had the majority of them coming in earlier when I wasn't around yet. As I'm taking a sip of my coffee in my thermos before it gets cold. So, about the touchdown, and this is not a vehicle from the Schiphol Scarecrows in the foreground, but a different vehicle. They all drive pickup trucks, the bird controllers. This is a 737-800 coming in from Dublin, from KLM, as you can clearly see. Another pilot in a hurry, making use of most of the runway. So the next plane is now turning final. It's far out still. I can just about make out the landing lights visually. I hope you guys can see it. It is KLM flight 930 coming in from Inverness, Scotland. It is an Embraer 175, airborne now for 1 hour and 14 minutes. The airplane that we are going to see arrive is 4 years old, delivered in April 2018. Oh, and I have to go to my computer to ban a XXX spammer. Ban. See you later, alligator. HBOR63, good day to you too. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you all. Dean Merck saying I do fantastic streams. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I do my best. Hopefully you guys see it. We are now waiting for the Embraer 175. And at the moment, still a lot of traffic is going to runway 27. Meanwhile, the KLM 747 approaching the German-Dutch border. So I hope that the train of airplanes that is now arriving to Amsterdam from the east is the last train before they are going to shut down the runway again. Otherwise, there's a big chance that we won't be able to see it. The 747 that is. Typically it's been approximately 40 minutes and then they close it again. And Jay from Asse, good day, good to see you, welcome. Hope things are well for you in the east of the northeast of the country. And Ronald with Wings checking in from Florida, good morning. And Branded Gaming OP is checking in from India. People across the world all coming together to watch airplanes land. Awesome. If you're new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. It helps me to reach more people like you and me who also like content like this, and it allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future you receive a heads up and can join us again. And a nice gentle landing. Nothing to see. If anything, it is remarkable that this KLM pilot is not in a hurry, as his colleagues are. Vacating the runway at the first exit. Dean, thank you so much for your super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And burger with cheese, first time at the channel. Glad that you enjoy it, and thank you so much for liking and subscribing. So we are waiting with our fingers crossed if maybe the 747 is going to come this way, or if it's going to go to runway 27. We are waiting, and the next plane to arrive, I think it is visible just about, hopefully you guys can see it as well. Visually I can just about make out the landing lights. Norwegian, operated by Norwegian Air Shuttle. It is a 737-800 coming in from Copenhagen after a flight of 1 hour and 2 minutes ago. The airplane, 12 years old, delivered in August 2010. No special liveries, but a normal Norwegian airplane. Ronald with Wings, thank you so much for your super chat. Very much appreciated. Thanks, man. A Case VDL, nice streaming, thank you so much. And Ina, coffee, peanut butter and a Nutella sandwich. That sounds like yum. I do know of peanut butter and jelly. I have also had people who were eating chocolate sprinkles, hagelslag as we call it in Dutch, on their peanut butter sandwiches. But Nutella, basically the same, only in paste instead of sprinkles. That should also be very nice. Must remember not to think too much about food at the moment. I'm actually on a diet for 6 weeks at the moment. Well, it's just about visible. The 737 from Norwegian. And what is the 747 doing? Yeah, it's flying to Lelystad, still on the standard arrival. Cannot make out yet to which runway it's going to go. Let me have a look at the app that shows the actual runway usage at the moment. Yeah, logical. There's of course still a slew of planes landing on runway 27 on the glide slope still, so it's logical that the app says that they are still open. Harry Rouser checking in from Ontario, Canada. Good morning to you, sir. So, the Norwegian 737, there she is. Now, fingers crossed that 27 is going to close very shortly. Meanwhile, I can hear the birds here in the foreground also making noise. Also an airplane on the move. It was a bit difficult to follow the tail while being zoomed in maximally. I was curious to see who it was that they depicted on the tail. Hopefully you guys were able to see it better. Cut Lane, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So the birds, I think they might even have a nest over here. Let's see. There's one. Is this a nest? Hard for me to make out from over here. Or is it just chilling over there? There's the other one. These are the culprits making the noises. Probably a couple. Or maybe not. Or maybe they have some marital issues. Anyway, there is another plane coming in. Let me have a look and see. What is going on over here? Now the next plane that we are seeing approach is Welling Flight 8443 coming in from Lanzarote. It's an A320-200, 13 years old. The airplane is airborne for 3 hours and 40 minutes at the moment. Behind it is going to be another A320 from EasyJet coming in from Geneva. Now there's an E2 Embraer 195 from KLM about to touch down on runway 27, and the rest of flight radar seems to be clear, so that might mean that they are going to close the runway after that landing. Meanwhile, the 747 from Martin Air KLM Cargo is almost at Lelystad, so that's where they either go southwest towards runway 27 or to the west. And if they go to the west and not bend to the southwest, it is almost certain that it's going to come this way. Haven't been able to check the app for the runway usage yet. I think it links to the LVNL website, Dutch Air Traffic Control. Showing the current runway usage of Schiphol. It's not unlikely that 27 might close after the E2 Embraer has touched down. Let me double check. Well, according to the website it's still open, but we'll see what the 747 is going to do. Sorry for that, I got a little distracted by managing all my apps. Very handy that I have a phone holder on my camera mount, but I thought I had the camera pointed towards the horizon, but unfortunately it was zooming in and out to find something to focus on. So here is the EasyJet A320 coming in from Geneva, Switzerland after an hour and 10 minutes of flight. This is an airplane that is 8 years old, delivered in July 2014. Now if I turn around the camera, we can just about make out the next plane as it is approaching the glide slope for a short circuit. It is an E2 Embraer 195, also coming in from Geneva, so two airplanes back to back coming in from Geneva, Switzerland. This is KLM flight 1930. As I was saying, it's an E2 Embraer 195, 1 year old, delivered in October 2021, and also inbound from Geneva. Now I have good news. After this airplane, a heavy is going to come this way. Aero Mexico, Dreamliner coming in from Mexico City. Now I'm zooming out and looking at the 747 on flight radar. I can see that it is flying west, so the 747 is also coming this way, ladies and gentlemen. The first queen of the day in a few minutes here on AMS Live. Folks, if you're new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live you receive a heads up, and if you have the time and are feeling like it, you can join us for another live stream. It also helps me to reach more people like you and me who like content like this. The world of aviation enthusiasts globally, a big market, a lot of people are into aviation, and wouldn't it be nice if we could reach them all? No reversers for the E2. Really keeping up the speed, hardly braking. No need to, the runway is long enough, and the taxi is even longer from here. Okay, now we have to wait a little bit. I don't see it visually just yet, but the Aero Mexico Dreamliner is underway as the next plane. Aero Mexico flight 25, it is a 7879 Dreamliner coming in from Mexico City after 10 and almost 1/2 hour of flight. The airplane, 3 years old, delivered in March 2019, and the 747-400 that is also coming this way and is expected in a few minutes from now, coming in from Nairobi, KLM Cargo, operated by Martin Air Holland. After almost 8 hours of flight, it's a Boeing 747-400 that is 19 years old, delivered in January 2004. Brillanto Supropto, if I... Oh, YouTube fan was just ahead of me. I was just about to say 6 runways in total, and one of them is a bit shorter than the other 5. That is runway 2204, the Schiphol Oostbaan, the one so heavily used last Monday when it was storming and the wind was blowing from the southwest. And at the moment, one of the runways is out of commission for maintenance. That is runway 18 center, 36 center. Will remain out of commission for a few more weeks. Expected to go live again in somewhere in April. James 1, good afternoon. I am doing very well. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Hope you are doing well. And asks what app I use to see which runway the planes will land. There is a Dutch app. Let me go back to my phone. It's called Baangebruik Schiphol, and I think it refers to the website of Dutch Air Traffic Control, which also has a similar display. Shows the active runways, real time, well, almost real time, and for following the traffic I use flight radar. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this was only the warm-up. It was the practice round before the first queen of the day will make her appearance. Now, I'm also seeing that I just received a PayPal donation from Michael Levy. I hope that you're watching. Thank you so much for your generous gift. Gift. Really appreciate it. Weasel Whipper, thank you so much. I hope you're also watching and hearing my thank you, because I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, I cannot highlight when I receive a donation from PayPal. So if you're watching, once again, thank you so much. Now, this is the first queen of the day, Martinair, flight 8142. She's coming in from Nairobi after 8 hours of flying, Boeing 747-400. 19 years old, this airplane, delivered in January 2004. I'm under the impression that they didn't use a lot of reverse thrust for this landing, because it was really quiet and passing by quite quickly. Unfortunately, I cannot zoom in any further. I'm already zoomed in maximally from over here. You can really see how much the surface area of these wings are enlarged when they have the flaps fully extended. But they don't go down as vertical as they do on the 777. Then again, they do have more flap on the outer part of the wings. Maybe the 777 needs to compensate that. If anybody knows more about that, feel free to chime in the chat. You can see the flaps are going up again. You can also see the windsock in the foreground, almost still. Now from over here, this airplane still has a 10-minute taxi at least. The cargo area is along runway 0624, the Kaagbaan, on both sides. So this airplane, once it arrives at runway 18 center, the one that is closed now, it's going to turn right, go south, then cross the A4 highway later, as it has passed the runway threshold on the south side, and then it's almost at its destination at the cargo area. The airplane where it is taxiing right now, you can also see a bridge. There's also a location there where you can see the airplane's taxi really up close in the vicinity of runway 18 center, 36 center. Not yet over here because it still has to cross the A5 highway, but there's an excellent location where you can also see the airplane's taxi by up close. As we see the Dreamliner from Aeromexico, I think that is the Dreamliner from Aeromexico at least, ahead of it. Now, let me quickly turn around the camera because we are also expecting more traffic in a few moments. And Nia, thank you so much for your super chat. You're very kind. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Haha, Rick saying that in a little while I can make a living doing live streams like Kevin from Airline Videos in LA. Well, to tell you the truth, if I would be able to make a living out of this and were able to do this full time, I think I would, because I really enjoy doing this. It's so much more fun than sitting in an office all day behind a computer. So who knows, maybe in 1 or 2 years. The airplane that we are seeing approach at the moment is EasyJet flight 21835. It's coming in from Manchester, UK. 51 minutes of flight. It is an A319 that is 15 years old, delivered in May 2007. About to touch down, so let me zoom in so you guys can see it touch down. Alright, that was the A319 from EasyJet, inbound from Manchester, and the next plane is already at the horizon. Another EasyJet A319, this one coming in from Copenhagen, Another A319-100. It is 14 years old, delivered in December 2008, and it's been airborne now for just over an hour and 5 minutes. And behind it is going to be another EasyJet, but an A320neo coming in from Marrakesh in Morocco. That one airborne now for 3 hours and 2 minutes and is brand new, delivered last December, so only a few months old, this Neo, which is number 2. First, the A319 that is coming in from Copenhagen, and that is 14 years old. Dinesh, Nair, good day to you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to AMS Live. So for those of you just tuning in or tuning in later, we are standing alongside the Polderbaan, runway 18 right, currently the only runway in use for landings. What wind there is blowing from the south, but it's just a small minor breeze. Temperature here at the moment approximately 15 degrees centigrade or roughly 60 Fahrenheit. Hardly any wind at all, unlike last Monday. If you guys missed it, last Monday it was storming full-blown over here in the Netherlands, and I was there for you to stream it. 4.5 hours of action, four go-arounds, which I have time-stamped. So if you guys missed it, be sure to check my channel page for the stormy stream from last Monday. If you only want to see the go-arounds, as I said, I've got them time-stamped for you. One of them was very spectacular. I thought it was going to land. It was an EasyJet Airbus, and the main landing gear touched down twice and then it took off again for a go-around. Really spectacular to see. So if you guys missed it, make sure that you check that out after today's stream. Now, let's have a look at flight radar. I think we will have to wait a little longer. The next plane is underway. It's an A321 from Aegean. I can already see it on flight radar. It is flying just north of Amsterdam and almost at the intercept with the glide slope. I'm looking visually to see if I can see it already, but I think it's still a bit far out. It will become visible shortly. However, for now, we'll have to wait for a few moments. The airplane coming in is an A321-200 from Aegean Airlines, flight 3626, coming in from Athens, Greece. after a flight of 3 hours and currently 5 minutes. The airplane, 14 years old, delivered in May 2008. Don't see it yet, but that's just a matter of time. And the A321 now becoming visible. I can see it on my laptop screen, not yet on my little 3-inch camera screen, or oh yeah, there it is. Still too far out to zoom in on it. My camera will lose focus if I try that. It has to have a frame of reference, a bit of land on the bottom side of the screen so that it can keep the focus. I'm also looking at flight radar to see what's coming more, and I can see that there's a Turkish A330 also coming this way, assuming that 27 will not reopen again in the next 15 minutes or so. I think that's the only heavy currently in the vicinity. The rest appears to be narrow bodies. So the Aegean A321, 14 years old, delivered in May 2008, now becoming visible much better. There she is. That was definitely a butter landing, hard water hiker. Hardly any wind, so a skilled pilot shouldn't be having any issues making a soft touchdown under these circumstances. Meanwhile, a big tractor has just turned around the corner of the cycling path that I'm standing next to. So I think it might be coming this way. Looks like it's going to make some noise. cleaning the mud on the side of the cycling path by the looks of it. Just giving you a heads up warning, if you are going to hear anything, it's going to be this. And thanks for the kind words, Hardwater Hiker from Michigan. Hope you're doing well over there. Michigan, that is 7 hours time difference now, middle of the United States. You guys went ahead to summertime last weekend. Normally I think 8 hours time difference, now 7. So I won't be having any mud on my shoes walking back to my car when I'm done streaming. That's for sure. And in the meantime, here in the foreground, K2 bird controller doing its round. We haven't seen a lot of birds today. Also no fireworks display, no flares being shot. And the tractor just passed me by, as you can hear. Cleaning the cycling path before the weekend begins. Now let me have a look at Flight Radar, see what's coming. First up is going to be Austrian Airlines flight 373 coming in from Vienna. Flight Radar says it's now turning final up north. I don't see it just yet. Maybe when it does the lights on, it turns the lights on, we will be able to see it. Visually I cannot make it out just yet, or can I? Maybe I can. Let me see if I can also... I think it is over there. Now it's turning this direction with the lights on, so it's better visible. But I think it wasn't in focus yet because it's so far away and so small. I think the A319 from EasyJet coming in from London Luton is going to be number 2, and number 3 most likely going to be the A330 from Turkish coming in from Istanbul. So the A320 from Austrian Airlines now coming over here, coming from Vienna, Austria, after departing there just under 1.5 hours ago. It's a 19-year-old airplane, delivered in April 2003. I'm checking Flight Radar to see what airplanes are still on the move over here to Amsterdam. Looking over France and Belgium and Germany, there are still a few underway. Don't see any other heavies other than the A330 from Turkish. That is going to be number 3. Another high-speed passage by the Austrian pilot. Although the thrust reversers were out, it still passed us by relatively quickly. They know they still have a long way to taxi back to the gate. Most likely. Now, just about visible in the distance is the next plane, and that is the A319 from EasyJet, coming in from London Luton. A short flight of 35 minutes according to flight radar. The airplane that we see approach at the moment is 12 years old and was delivered in March 2011. And behind it, now also becoming visible because its lights are on, the Turkish A330-300 coming in from Istanbul. Now if you just tuned in, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Friday afternoon. We are standing alongside the Polderbaan runway 18 right, where currently all landings take place. Runway 27 has also been used on and off throughout the day. At the moment it's closed, and this is the only runway in use for arrivals. Temperature approximately 15 degrees Celsius or 60 Fahrenheit. Wind is calm. What wind there is blowing from the south. These airplanes are now landing in southern direction. And first up is an A319 from EasyJet coming in from London Luton, and it is 12 years old, delivered in March 2011. Now if you're new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live you receive a heads up and can join us if you have the time and are feeling like it. Plus it helps me to reach more people like you and me who are also into content like this. And yet another high-speed passage. Exiting over there. That's probably the second exit. I think there are 3 or 4. The first one being a bit closer by, making sure that they vacate the runway in time. And in this case rightly so, because the next plane to arrive is One of the few heavies that we will be seeing here today. It is an A330-300 from Turkish, coming in from Istanbul. It's been airborne now for 3 hours and just over 5 minutes. The airplane is relatively new, 9 years old, delivered in December 2013. The beautiful tulip on the back of the fuselage. Had to look closely what it was, but as a Dutchie, of course, I should recognize it immediately. A tulip. Now let me turn around the camera because there are 2 more planes visible already. And by the looks of it, the tractor is also coming again. Or is it a different tractor? No, I think it's the same one. So the first of the 2 planes coming this way is KLM flight 1218. It is an Embraer 175 coming in from Oslo. After departing 1 hour and 26 minutes ago, the airplane 5 years old, delivered in January 2018. And the tractor driver wasn't sounding the horn for me, but because there was a cyclist that didn't make room in time. No reversers were applied, and this Embraer exiting here at the first exit closest by. Hey there, Evan Rodriguez, checking in from Santa Monica. Good morning. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. So the next plane coming in is from ITA Airways in the born in 2021 livery, I should say. ITA Airways flight 110 coming in from Rome after almost 2 hours of flight. The airplane that we are about to see 13 years old, delivered in March 2010. And a second tractor is going to pass us by in a few moments. Now, although it's nice that they have a livery that says born in 2021, but I think it would have been better if they also put that livery on an airplane that was delivered in 2021 and not one that was older. But the US Air Force vet and Rick are experiencing buffering issues. I hope that not everybody is experiencing that. Let me see. I have 3 out of 4 bars of reception, Wi-Fi reception over here, so it should not be because my Wi-Fi reception is poor at the moment. Hopefully it resolves quickly for you guys. Okay, Nia at least had it temporarily, but it's normal again. I hope it goes back to normal again quickly. Tony Earl had it for a few seconds, but fine now. Okay. Apologies for the buffering. I really don't know where it's coming from. If there's something I can do about it, please let me know. As far as I can tell here, everything seems to be working in order on this side. So there is another plane in the distance coming this way. It's an A319 from EasyJet. It's coming in from London Gatwick. It's flight 28877, an A319-100. Departed 39 minutes ago. The airplane that we're about to see is 15 years old and was delivered in May 2007. After that is going to be a CRJ9 from SAS, operated by CityJet, coming in from Copenhagen and airborne now for an hour and almost 5 minutes. It's a 6-year-old airplane delivered in April 2016. And everything okay again over at Rick. Glad to hear that. Make sure you pay your bill in time. Otherwise the ziggos of the world will cause buffering issues. Now I really don't know what's causing it. As far as I can tell, I have good Wi-Fi reception, so I should be able to pump out the gigabytes without any issues. But again, if you guys think there's something I can do about it, please let me know. I'll see what I can do. Meanwhile, the wind has subsided so much that even the windmills in the back that typically spin, even if there's little wind, have stopped spinning. Meanwhile, the CRJ creeping closer and closer by in the distance, coming in from Copenhagen, Denmark. This airplane, 6 years old, delivered in April 2016. Do these CRJs even have reverse thrust? I think they must have, but I didn't see them, and I'm guessing that it's like on most engines that a bit moves backward and then the exhaust gases get blown out on the side. Now with these private jets, you often see bucket-like constructions that flip around and block the passage and divert the exhaust gases upward and downward. Hey Yannis Moutafis from Greece, good to see you again. Glad you could join us today. Welcome back, good to see you, hope you're doing well. I'm doing fine here. And Ina mentions that there are 200 likes for this stream. Well, awesome. Thanks to you guys. Thank you so much. Even though there aren't a lot of heavies during the stream, we still managed to reach 200 likes. Now, next up is another A320neo from EasyJet coming in from Gran Canaria. After almost 4 hours of flight, the airplane that we're about to see, 3 years old, delivered in September 2019. And Fly Low remarks that the CRJs don't have reversers. That explains why we didn't see them. You can see the water, the reflection of the airplane. Hardly any wind at all anymore. Even when we did have some wind, it was negligible. The Neo nicely keeping up the speed, vacating the runway at, I think, the second exit. US Air Force vet, it was indeed Monday when we had wind. I was also here yesterday. We also had more wind than today, but yesterday it was nowhere near as windy as it was last Monday. If you guys are new to the channel and you haven't seen it, last Monday we had a full-blown storm over here in the Netherlands. I was out at Schiphol for 4.5 hours. Check out that stream if you haven't seen it. There were 4 go-arounds. I time-stamped them in a pinned comment below the video, so you guys can skip ahead to the go-arounds if that's what you're most interested in. But it was storming really hard. It was the first official storm. I heard it later in the evening on the news. Apparently, if it blows for an hour or more with wind 9 Beaufort or more, then it's an official storm. And later in the evening that day, I heard that we had that in the north of North Holland, making it the first storm of the year. Winds were blowing around 30 knots with gusts up to 50 knots. I was barely audible because there was constant wind noise. Chris Rico, good afternoon, good to see you. Rick, it was nice of you to join us again. I will undoubtedly see you at the next one. Take care, my friend. I'm looking to see if maybe tomorrow I can still squeeze out the stream, but they predicted showers for tomorrow, even thunder showers. So I'll look at the weather forecast in more detail tonight. If not Saturday, hopefully Sunday. And if not this weekend, Rick, I will see you undoubtedly at one of the next ones. The airplane that we saw land, by the way, an A320 from Vueling, coming in from Barcelona. 8 years old, delivered in March 2015. Now, it seems that we will have to wait a little bit before the next plane arrives. The next plane looks to be an A320 from EasyJet coming in from Rome. Meanwhile, I can also see a plane departing, flying over. Let me see. will I be able to make the angle? Let me zoom out. I think always a bit hard. Ah, there it is. Now my camera, yeah, there it is. Barely able to focus on it, and yeah, it's going through the clouds already. Also, the angle of my pen handle is not suited for tilting up very much vertically. Eunice Lou from Singapore, good evening to you. Nice of you to join us. Welcome to the stream. Chris Rico, thank you so much for your coffee donation. Awesome, thank you so much, my friend. A photo for you says that tomorrow morning around 10 o'clock there's going to be a shower, and then until 4 o'clock it's going to stay dry. Well, if that's going to be the case, then I'll definitely head out tomorrow morning after the rain shower. Will the wind change anything? Will the wind direction change compared to how it's been so far? Is what I'm wondering. I would like to shoot outbound traffic again, but the Kaagbaan, I think, is not a very well. It's doable, but it's not my favorite location to be filming from. Probably not going to change that much. Meanwhile, while we're waiting for the airplane from Rome, I see another couple of ducks. No marital issues over here, by the looks of it. Meanwhile, the A320 from EasyJet, according to Flight Radar, is turning final. Still a bit further out in the north. Let me see if we can already start to see it. Probably will become visible very soon. I don't see anything visually just yet. There's still several planes inbound, but they are still flying over France or Germany or England. After the A320, we will see an Embraer 190 from BA City Flyer. Yet another flight coming in from London City. No marital issues because they didn't sign a contract, Flylow says. That's probably the solution. Just a living together arrangement. The other birds still here. Don't know if they're a couple or just friends. Maybe friends with benefits, who knows. They were fighting earlier. just a little. So they do want their privacy space. Meanwhile, we can see the next plane coming in. EasyJet flight 27976 coming in from Rome. Momentarily airborne for 1 hour and 52 minutes. And the airplane we're about to see is 13 years old, delivered in July 2009. I'm looking to see if maybe I can also see the number 2 already. It should be coming in from the left in the background. The Embraer 190. But as it's now flying between Beverwijk and Alkmaar, so that's quite far up north. We will probably not be able to see it visually. If they fly in the vicinity of IJmuiden and Beverwijk, where Tata Steel is also located, then we are able to see them when they make a short base leg to turn final. So we'll have to wait a little bit, but my guess is that once this airplane has vacated the runway, we should be able to see the lights from the Embraer in the distance. Thank you so much for your super chat, Evan. Hopefully the stream doesn't get demonetized because of jokes like that. I have to be careful, of course. We are a family-friendly channel, but I'm sure that this is allowed. Now, I was a little optimistic, I guess, about the speed with which the Embraer... Oh wait, I spoke too soon, there it is. Now, can you guys see it as well, or am I too high or too low with the camera? I think I was a little too low. Now folks, if you're new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, you receive a notification, and if you have the time for it and are feeling like it, you can join us for future live streams. It also helps me to reach more people like you and me who are also into content like this. Help grow the AMS live community, which is growing quite quickly already, I have to say. Bit surprised by that, but you hope for it, but you don't dare to expect it. Now meanwhile, the airplane that is coming this way is BA flight 8455, British Airways, operated by BA City Flyer. It is an Embraer 190. It is coming in from London City. Now airborne for 36 minutes. and the airplane is 8 years old, delivered in July 2014. And looking to be next up, I think is going to be Air Europa, a 737-800 that is coming in from Madrid, now flying between Leiden and Haarlem over the North Sea, northeast bound, downwind so to speak, and then going to turn base leg somewhere, well, depending on whether or not the pilots can do a short landing or not. If they need more time to prep and do checklists, then they'll turn to the right further out, and if they're ready to land, they'll make a short traffic pattern, and in that case we are likely to be able to see them as they approach. But first up, this Embraer 190 coming in from London City. The Embraer vacating the runway over here, the first exit. Meanwhile, our duck couple chilling in the grass. As we're waiting for the 737-800 from Air Europa. If I look at flight radar, it's now past Haarlem and it is now flying in the vicinity of IJmuiden and Beverwijk, where Tata Steel is also located. Now they're going to turn to the right over here any moment if they're ready for a short approach. And if they need more time, they'll fly. They keep their heading for a bit longer. I think it's turning. Meanwhile, the birds, the ducks, are done with being filmed by me. Very ungrateful. No thank you or anything. Free publicity on YouTube for them, but no. They just fly off. I'm looking to see if I can see the 737 visually already, but I think it's still a bit far out. Also, the clouds in the distance don't help a lot to provide contrast against which you're able to see the airplane. No, I think it's turning outside of the view I have from over here, which means that we will have to wait a little bit longer before it becomes visible, because it first has to turn around and turn to the runway, and probably also has to turn on its landing lights before we're able to make it out. Oh, keep accidentally bumping into my pen handle. Fly Low asking what kind of camera I'm using to film with. I'm using a Canon XA40 camcorder, and I have a Rode Video Mic Go 2 with a dead cat mounted on it for the ambient noises. I use a lavalier mic for the voiceover. Thanks for the kind words, Roy. You are probably... oh no, Hoorn is more to the east. I was about to say you might be able to see the 737 already, but not from Hoorn. Probably. I was confusing Hoorn for Alkmaar. Now Fly Low if you want to see my setup, because I also recently bought a new tripod head. I use a Sachtler Ace M at the moment. And I made a picture of my current setup, and it's visible on the community section of my channel page. It's the setup I use when I'm in the field. I also get asked every now and then if I'm using a muff or a dead cat when I'm out and it's windy, because people are still hearing a lot of wind rumble when it's really storming. But when it's really windy, even a dead cat will not provide enough protection from the wind, and you will still hear it. But believe me, if you don't have the dead cat on and only the foam wind protector, it's even far worse. But the dead cat will only do so much. In moderate winds it still adequately cancels the wind, but if it's really storming as it was last Monday, what you actually would be needing is one of those blimps that they also use when shooting professional movies. Now the downside of course is that these blimps are not mountable on camcorders anymore, so you would have to either hold it or put it on a slider or something so that it moves together with your camera, because otherwise if you're capturing moving subjects like I am when I'm doing live streaming, I mean I basically make 180-degree pans every time an airplane approaches, because now my camera is pointing to the north, and once it vacates the runway it's almost directly to the south, so almost 180 degrees the other way around. So you have to also move your microphone along with it, otherwise you won't be hearing it properly. But a dead cat can only do so much. But yeah, this is the Canon XA40. I have to say, very pleased with it. The only downside of this camera is that it doesn't do 4K in 50 or 60 frames a second, only 30 frames a second. So if I ever were to upgrade and was thinking of doing 4K live streams, then I would also have to upgrade my camera, unfortunately. For the time being, in 1080p, I'm very happy with the performance of this camera. And the XA40 now is also no longer, I think it's no longer for sale, because Canon updated these cameras, I think last year. So now the newest models are XA60 and 70 if I recall correctly. The only thing I could see in the specs that the few $100 or euro upgrade vis-a-vis the camera I'm currently having has is a screen that is half an inch bigger and has more pixels, but the amount of pixels on my current camera is not the issue. It's just that it's not very extremely bright and also a little bit small, but 3 versus 3.5 inch, that's not a deal breaker. I think the sensor is the same, the lens is still the same, most of the things are still similar. So if you're looking for a camera and you can also still buy the XA40, then think twice before purchasing the much more expensive newer models if you're also able to pick the old one up for perhaps a nice discount. I didn't think it was worth upgrading at least. Sid Visser from Bowmanville, Canada. Good day to you, sir. Now we have to wait a bit for the next plane. Let me see if I can maybe capture one of the departing planes. Oh no, my panhandle is in the way. No, it isn't. Now I have flight radar filtered on inbound traffic, so I have no idea what this airplane is, where it's going to. Looks like a Dreamliner, but I might be mistaken. Because of the lighting, I cannot make out any details as to which the operator is. It isn't departing in northeast direction, that I can tell. So probably outbound for Asia. Aqua's confirming, going to Shanghai. And in the meantime, it has entered the cloud base. Now, let me see. And good day to you, Sam shows how. How's life in Kentucky? Hope you're doing well. We still have to wait a little bit for the next inbound traffic. There are 3 airplanes coming in from the east, west and south. I can see a Transavia 737 coming in from Innsbruck in Austria. There's an E2 Embraer 195 from KLM coming in from London Heathrow, that's over at the North Sea. And now flying over The Hague is another Embraer from KLM coming in from Montpellier, and that's an Embraer 190 in the Sky Team livery. So it is slowing down a little bit, but still plenty more underway. Meanwhile, as you can see, enter the field of view on the right, the bird controller is also still around. Other than the birds that I've shown you, I haven't seen any flocks of birds near the runway. We are seeing a familiar duo over here once again. The ducks have gone. I don't see any falcons. You would think I might be the only one standing here, but there are still some people sitting on the bench over there. A few people further out walking and cycling. Behind me, nobody to be seen. This is what you can see in between the trees in the distance is the parking lot of the Spottersplatz, the main viewing site along the Polderbaan. It's a bit further back. Now if airplanes are landing on the Polderbaan, I always go a bit further down to the touchdown point, because otherwise the airplanes are far out when they actually touch down. There's also a very nice location on the other side of the Spottersplatz where you can see the airplanes come taxi from the main platform area towards the runway if departures are taking place from this runway. I have to say that's one of my favorite locations to be live streaming from, because you can see everything so well and you can also hear it really well when they spool up. So my favorite location. And Sam shows how, asks me how I connect to the internet with enough speed to stream. It is via phone signal. I have a SIM card that I use for work with unlimited minutes, so that I can call indefinitely, but also unlimited data. And I also have a wireless Wi-Fi router that when I don't use the phone for calling, I switch the SIM card to the router so that I can use it dedicated for transmitting the stream feed to YouTube. So I have a laptop over here in the field, and the wireless router I only use for my laptop. So Flight Radar, etc. is on my private phone, which I use the data bundle from, and I don't have it connected to the wireless router, because even if I have Flight Radar, for instance, on in my browser on my laptop, where I also have the software that I use to stream on, it causes lower bitrate. So only the stream is used when, or only I use the wireless router only for dedicated for the stream only. Now if I check Flight Radar, it won't be long. 3 planes all at once arriving. It seems like the E2 Embraer 195 from KLM that is coming in from London Heathrow is going to be number 1. Visually I don't see it just yet. Oh wait, I think I do, but it's hard to see against the clouds in the background, but I can see it on the base leg coming towards the runway the glide slope. But I've lost it again. I saw it for a moment. Can I find it again? Not yet. It's also a very small plane relatively to a 747 or A380, for instance. I saw it for a moment, but Oh wait, it's already at the glide slope. It has the lights on. There it is. Oh. Camera wasn't enjoying that. Okay, so number 2 is going to be the 737-800 from Transavia coming in from Innsbruck, Austria, and the third plane is another Embraer 190 in the SkyTeam livery coming in from Montpellier. But first up, the E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1020 coming in from London Heathrow after a short flight of 38 minutes. The airplane, 1 year old, delivered in November 2021. Now, hopefully everything is still okay with the visual and audio, with the video and with the audio. We did have some people experiencing buffering issues earlier during the stream. Yesterday we had it as well. If I look at my Wi-Fi reception, I still have 3 out of 4 bars, so reception should be good over here. And thanks for your subscription, Sam Shows How. Love that you love it. And Roy asks, how come your English is close to perfect? I don't know if it is close to perfect. Meanwhile, we're hearing the Schiphol Scarecrow setting off a flare for the first time since we're live. Where is it? Have I passed it already? No, there it is. If you're a pyromaniac and like fireworks, then becoming a bird controller is definitely the job for you. Also nicely visible the difference between the speed of sound and the speed of light. Now, we've waited long enough for me not to go back to the landing aircraft in time. Traffic is slowing down a little. Beautiful touchdown. And look at those big engines. No reversers. Really quiet. And I think it was Rick Meester who, not too long ago when we were discussing this, mentioned that City Hopper operates just over 60 or so of these Embraers. Or maybe that's the total number of Embraers, I don't recall anymore, but I think he also mentioned that half of the E2 Embraers are still on the ground because of engine issues. So this is the Transavia 737 coming in from Innsbruck in Austria. Now if you've never been there, definitely go to Innsbruck by airplane. Doesn't matter if you're on the left-hand side of the next to the window or on the right-hand side, but the approach, either if it's from the west or from the east, it's beautiful because Innsbruck lies in the Inn Valley and is surrounded by mountains on both sides, and particularly if you go there in the winter, as I have been for several times when going skiing, it is such a beautiful approach, particularly in the winter, because you'll fly low over the mountains. You can see the ski slopes, you can see the ski lifts from the several ski areas that you pass by, and also the approach, particularly if you come in from the east and you first fly over the city of Innsbruck before touching down on the airstrip that is located on the west side of the city. It is magnificent, and it doesn't matter if you're sitting on the left hand side or on the right hand side, both sides, it is awesome. And here the Embraer in SkyTeam livery coming in from Montpellier, from France. And again, no reverse thrust applied. Making use of the runway optimally, exiting at the second or third exit. I think that might be the exit where you also see them enter in front of you when I'm standing on the other side for takeoffs. John O'May, good day to you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to AMS Live. For those of you just tuning in, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. I'm standing alongside the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. One of the runways that has been used for arrivals throughout the day. The only constant factor, runway 27 has also been used for landings today, on and off as a secondary runway depending on how busy it was. Let me see if... yeah, the current runway configuration is still 18 right, the only runway for landings, and runway 24 and 18 left are the active runways for departures. Now, traffic has been slow somewhat over the last hour. We had 3 in a row just now, but it's trickling in more slowly than during the beginning of the stream. Now, there are 2 more planes coming over here. The first one to arrive is going to be from EasyJet, an A320 coming in from Tel Aviv in the Faro livery, which by the looks of it is not more than the normal livery with some additional text on it. And also coming this way is Air France flight 1140 coming in from Paris Charles de Gaulle, another A320, still a bit further out, now flying over the port area of Rotterdam on its way to The Hague, so ETA of about 10 minutes. The EasyJet ETA of 7 minutes according to Flight Radar. Now, in my experience, it usually takes a little longer than that. If I look to the west, I can see 2 more planes arrive. One will probably land on the Schiphol Oost runway because it is a private jet. A Cessna Citation from Excellent Air, and not far behind it is another Airbus from British Airways, operated by BA Euroflyer, coming in from London Gatwick. Still 17 minutes out according to flight radar. 3 more planes are approaching from Germany. One from Finnair coming in from Helsinki. We have an A220 from Air Baltic coming in from Riga. And we have another KLM Embraer coming in from Dresden. And if I look towards the border with Belgium, there is a Ryanair 737 coming in from Malaga that is now flying over the southwest province of Zeeland. 19 minutes out still. So we will have to wait a little bit, but still several planes on their way. Scott Herring, watching from Southern California. Good morning to you and welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well over there. Roy asking if there are any balloons flying over. So I'm looking around to see if there's anything interesting I can show you guys. It does seem that the wind has picked up a little bit, even though I don't see any windmills. Oh wait, the windmills are spinning as well, but you can also see that the chimney smoke from the electricity plant over in the Westport area, west of Amsterdam, the harbor area, the port area I should say, it's now also rising more horizontally instead of vertically as was the case earlier. I can also feel it in my back that the wind is picking up a little. Not much. If you look at the water, it's still like a mirror almost. However, the windmills in the distance, and they become harder to see because it's getting darker and also because the backdrop of clouds makes for little contrast, but they are spinning again. Jack Efron is asking how the weather is over here. Well, it's overcast mostly. Let me zoom out a little and show you guys. Temperature wise, well, it's cooling down now because the sun is almost going under, I think in an hour or so. During the day we had 15 degrees centigrade or roughly 60 degrees Fahrenheit. The clouds look threatening, but but let me double check on the weather radar. I didn't think they were predicting any precipitation before the upcoming night, and some showers tomorrow morning. So otherwise it has been a nice day, much warmer than we had earlier in the week. Last Monday we even still had a storm. It was the first official storm of the year over here in the Netherlands. If you guys missed it, I was out there filming at Schiphol Airport and we had 4 go-arounds. So if you guys missed it, make sure that you check that later. I also timestamped the go-arounds, and one of them from EasyJet and Airbus was very nice. Made 2 touchdowns with the main landing gear and then went up again for a go-around. So that basically a touch and go, double touch and go. But yeah, it's calm over here. Not too cold, not hardly any wind at all. So spring is around the corner. At least it's it's better than over where Fly Low lives. Rain, snow and avalanches. That sounds very extreme. So meanwhile the first plane has become visible in the distance. It's going to come closer and more is going to follow. Park City, Utah. So let me zoom in a little bit for you guys, even though it's just a speck of light in the distance. It is the EasyJet A320-200 coming in from Tel Aviv after 4 hours and 40 minutes of flight. It's an A320-200, 6 years old, delivered in November 2016. EasyJet flight 27934, and it is in the Faro livery. So let's see what that is all about. Roy, sorry that you need to leave, but it was nice of you to join us today. Hope to see you soon and have a nice evening and see you soon. So I see that the next plane after this A320 is most likely going to be another A320 from Air France, flight 1140, coming in from Paris Charles de Gaulle, now flying just west of the Tata Steel industrial complex over at Wijk aan Zee. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. Can my camera focus on it? Let me go back to the ground and quickly up. Pilot foregoing the exit, the first exit, keeping up the speed. Probably going to exit at the second exit. If you guys are unfamiliar with the layout of Schiphol Airport, this runway, the Polderbaan, is the latest addition. It was built in 2003, so this year it's going to celebrate its 20th birthday. And where this Airbus is now, it's still a 15-minute or so taxi back to the gate, depending on where on the platform they need to be. This runway, so far out from the main platform area, it even has its dedicated control tower over here. Also a dedicated fire station, which is next to it. And the main platform area behind the trees in the distance, and also behind the trees in the middle of the screen, is the main control tower for the main platform area. Now you can imagine that planes landing here and taking off from the runway over here are so far out that the air traffic controllers cannot make out what's going on here properly. Hence a second dedicated control tower just for the polderbaan. This is one of the two preferential runways of Schiphol Airport, together with runway 0624 or the Kaagbaan, which means that these two runways are more or less always in use, unless the winds are such that that's impossible to do. Like last Monday when it was storming, the main runways that were used were runway 22 for landing, the tiny Schiphol Oostbaan, and runway 24 was used for departures and also for landings, which you also don't see every day. All of the heavies, the cargo heavies, basically made an approach from the northeast and landed on runway 24. Now the way they approached was also uncommon. Normally when they do land on runway 24, they follow the glide slope of runway 27 and then make a last minute bank to the left. But the winds were so strong coming from the southwest, that they even approached along with almost all of the other aircraft that were flying from the northeast over the city of Amsterdam. But under normal conditions, it means that this runway, the polderbaan runway, when I ride 36 left, is almost always in use. And runway 0624 also almost always in use. Probably even more than this runway, because here in the Netherlands we most of the time have wind blowing from the west or the southwest, which makes runway 2406 a runway that is almost always situated favorably for the prevailing wind. Now, if I look at the weather radar, I do see some precipitation to the south, although it is not very much. Let me also check another app and see what it shows. It shows no precipitation in the upcoming 2 hours, and things look less threatening on that weather radar. Let's turn around the camera, because the next plane to arrive is close by. It is an A321 from British Airways coming in from London Gatwick. After a 39-minute flight, this airplane we are seeing now is 15 years old and was delivered in August 2007. The airplane nicely keeping up the speed. And I agreed, Melchior, it did seem like a little rough landing. Compared to the buttery landings we saw earlier. Now looks like we will have to wait just a little bit for the next plane to arrive. I can see that KLM flight 1810 is coming this way. It is the Embraer 175 City Hopper coming in from Dresden, Germany. The airplane is 6 years old, delivered in February 2017 and is just about visible. I think you guys can make it out just left of center in the top end of the screen as well. And Jack, this is a canal. Most of the platform area of Schiphol is surrounded by little canals. As you can see, there are no fences over here. There are some fences where there are also roads for vehicles to enter the platform area. And they have barbed wire, of course. One of them visible over here. You can see fence and barbed wire on all sides, but as you can see, the rest is just open. So if you don't mind getting a wetsuit, you can just cross this little water and you're on the platform area, basically along the runway. Most of the area around Schiphol Airport is fenced off with canals like this. Ah, Melchior. I have to say it as a French name. In Dutch we say Melchior. It's also a name. I know. I coincidentally know somebody who is called Melchior, but it's so we have the name here in the Netherlands as well. But when you say it in French, it's probably Melchior. Melchior. Well, I'm no Frenchman. You probably heard that. So please excuse my mispronunciation. We see two planes coming in. The first one, the Embraer 175 from KLM, coming in from Dresden, and behind it is a Ryanair 737 coming in from Malaga, a 737-800 that is, and that is 18 years old. And just as a reminder, the Embraer that we see almost touching down, 6 years old, delivered in February 2017. No reverse thrust for this Embraer. And vacating the runway. Now turning around for the next airplane to arrive. Also make sure that the camera is focused. It is the 737-800, and if I zoom out you can also see that the Airbus A220 from Air Baltic coming in from Riga is also coming closer by. The Air Baltic A220, 6 years old, delivered in November 2016. And the Ryanair coming in from Malaga, 18 years old, delivered in February 2005. And that was not a soft landing. Not the worst I've seen, but definitely not the smoothest. And vacating the runway over here at the first exit. Clear the runway in time. For the A220 that is approaching quickly. Folks, if you guys are new to the channel but you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live you receive a heads up and can join us once again. It also helps me to reach more people like you and me who also like content like this. The more the merrier. And also visible just now behind this A220 is an A321 from Finnair coming in from Helsinki. Beautiful aircraft, these A220s. If you look at flight radar, little squeaky brake action. I was about to say, if you look at flight radar, these airplanes are always denoted with BCS. That is because before it became Airbus A220s, it was originally a Bombardier aircraft, Bombardier C series, hence BCS. So visible in the distance, Finnair flight 1305. It is an A321-200 coming in from Helsinki after having flown 2 hours and 23 minutes, and the aircraft is 5 years old, delivered in November 2017. Nice to see the reflection of the landing lights in the water in the foreground. The Air Baltic on the left hand side, still on its way back to the gates. Now, let's see, there are two more planes coming this way. First one is an Embraer 190 from KLM coming in from Porto, Portugal. And the second one is an A320 from Iberia Express coming in from Madrid. Let's see, there is more inbound. Let's see. Let me also have a look. Let me turn around the camera first of all. Also let me have a look at my data usage. I've been streaming now for 3 hours, almost 3.5 hours. Just checking that I don't run out of gigabytes and the stream all of a sudden stops. Yeah, 1 more gigabyte left, so let me increase that. I have to do that manually. Unlimited data, but you get 10 gigabytes allotted, and then you can add 2 gigabytes with just a few, well, clicks is not the word, but a few taps. So let me do that twice. It should give me more than an hour's worth of additional data. It's also getting dark, as you guys probably noticed, so not sure yet how long I will be able to continue streaming without the video quality deteriorating significantly. So far, I think everything is still looking good for you guys as well. Michael, thank you so much for your super chat. Gut gemacht auf 1k likes. Sure hope so. We're still a bit out, I think, but we're getting there. Hello there, Suriname Plane Spotting. Nice of you to drop by. Welcome to the stream. All other viewers who have in the meantime joined us, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's getting dark over here. We are along Polderbaan runway 18 right. Still the only runway in use for landings. Traffic is slowing down a little bit. Not as back-to-back anymore as it was earlier during the stream. The first plane coming this way is an Embraer 190 from KLM. It's flight 1714. It's coming in from Porto, Portugal. After a flight of 2 hours and 2 minutes. The airplane is 9 years old and was delivered in November 2013. Now the camera has difficulty focusing on it under these circumstances, but if I first get it in focus on the ground and then quickly tilt up, I managed to keep the focus. odd noises I was hearing as it passed by, but what it was, don't know. Melchior was nice. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. Aquas. Enjoy your dinner. It was nice having you. Thanks for joining us. Hope to see you again soon and take care for now. And M. Montalvan, take care. Sweet dreams. Hope to see you again at the next one. Thanks for joining us today. Now let's quickly turn around. The next plane is already visible in the distance. It is Iberia Express flight 3724 coming in from Madrid, Spain, an A320-200 airborne now for 1 hour and 54 minutes. The airplane, 22 years old, delivered in February 2001. That was a very gentle landing. Coming up next, KLM flight 1018. There she is. Embraer 190 coming in from London Heathrow. After departing there 38 minutes ago, the airplane 11 years old, delivered in January 2012. And we see a wheelie. A second contender for the longest wheelie in the show. Now I'm not sure if this is the winner or if the other airplane earlier in the stream did a longer wheelie. I think it was a longer wheelie from the other airplane, but this one is definitely a close second, if not first. I will have to look that back, but definitely a nice long wheelie. Meanwhile, let me open up the aperture a little, because I saw a notification that it was getting a little dark for the setting I use during the day. Of course, the sun going under very quickly. That's a quick adjustment. Jack asks if there are any double-decker planes. Well, unfortunately, not today anymore. I think the only airplane, the only double-decker we have coming these days is the A380 from Emirates, and it usually comes from Dubai around 12:30 p.m. local time, and it usually goes back to Dubai again around 3 o'clock or 3:30 p.m. Meanwhile, a lovely bird swimming here in the water. But let's go back to the other birds. This one from Lufthansa, coming in from Frankfurt, an Embraer 190. After a 46-minute flight. The airplane that you see right now, 13 years old, delivered in February 2010. And the next plane coming closer by is an A319 from EasyJet, coming in from London Gatwick. This airplane is 15 years old, delivered in February 2008. Now folks, if you're liking what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider subscribing to the channel. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, you receive a heads up and can join us. It also helps me to reach more people like you and me who are also into content like this. Now, two more planes visible, one up close, one further out. The one Closest by is SAS flight 1555. It is an A320neo coming in from Stockholm. The airplane 5 years old, delivered in June 2017, and it departed 1 hour and 48 minutes ago in Stockholm. The Neo nicely keeping up the speed, probably going to exit at the second exit. Also a little squeakiness in the brakes. Exiting over there. Meanwhile, the next plane to arrive, also becoming visible better. It is KLM flight 1944. It is coming in from Zagreb. It's an Embraer 175. Airborne now for 1 hour and 41 minutes. And the airplane is 5 years old, delivered in November 2017. No reverse thrust for this Embraer. And vacating at the second exit. Making the 180-degree turn back to the north, where the next plane is visible if the camera doesn't lose focus. And we can see two more planes behind it even. So let me have a look at flight radar for you guys and see what's cooking. First up, an Airbus A220 from Air Baltic in the 100th A220, or I should say with the 100th A220 sticker on it. Coming from Tampere, if I pronounce that correctly. The airplane airborne now for 2 hours and 24 minutes. It is a 3-year-old aircraft delivered in November 2019. Beautiful machines, these A220s. Obviously going for the first exit over here. Spoiler still up. but they'll go down in any minute. At least that's normally the case. And there they go. Right. Quickly back with the camera towards the north, where the inbound traffic is coming from. The next plane to arrive is an A320 from EasyJet coming in from Naples, Italy. Airborne now for 2 hours and 12 minutes. The A320-200 is 10 years old, delivered in April 2012. Now fly low. Why does your friend who flies the A220 call it the space shuttle? Because of the glass cockpit, or EasyJet also vacating the runway over here at the first exit. Ah, I see. Mainly cockpit and the design of the windscreen. Well, it is a beautiful airplane. I think it very much resembles those sleek business jets. The same holds for the A350 in my view. So a beautiful sight, beautiful overview here with 3 airplanes approaching. The first one being an Embraer 190 from KLM City Hopper coming in from Nantes in France. 13 years old, delivered in February 2010, and behind it a 737-700 from KLM coming in from Toulouse. And number 3 is another Embraer E190 coming in from Krakow in Poland, also from KLM. And we have another wheelie, but this one not as long as the other two. No reverse thrust. But what we do get is squeaky brakes. The next plane to arrive is the Boeing 737-700 from KLM, flight 1308. It is coming in from Toulouse after an hour and 24 minutes. The airplane, 14 years old, delivered in March 2009. I was about to say May, but March. Oh. Rough landing there. The next airplane is the Embraer 190 coming in from Krakow in Poland. Departed 1 hour and 46 minutes ago. This airplane that you see lands right now, 13 years old. It lived in March 2010. Alright. Jack, it has been a pleasure to have you on the stream. Have a good flight and hopefully see you soon. Take care. You're always welcome to join us at during a later stream. Make sure to do that. It's been a pleasure having you on the stream today. Carlos Rivera misses the Fokker 70. I agree. The Embraers are nice, but the Fokker 70, the Fokker 100, but also the turboprop Fokker 50. It's an age gone by, unfortunately. I also remember going plane spotting with my mom as I was a little kid, and you were seeing those 747s much more regularly, and also the tri-jets, the DC-10, the MD-11. Nowadays you do see them still, but only as cargo planes. Even the 747-800s. I think only Lufthansa and Korean use them for passenger operations. I think it's become even impossible. Are there still any operators of 747-400s where you can fly them as a passenger, or have they all been converted to cargo airplanes meanwhile? And the grandpa of DVHB27 worked for Fokker. Awesome. Dutch pride. Now, while you may not see it on the video, it is starting to get more dark here. If I pan a little over to the side, you can see the A5 highway. All traffic has their lights on. You can also see the runway lights more easily now. Photo for you. Thank you so much for your PayPal donation, my friend. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Are you leaving, or because you're saying maybe see you maybe next week at Schiphol? Ah, okay. Well, weather permitting, I'll be around. That's for sure. If you're in the area, definitely come and have a chat. You'll easily recognize me if I'm out here. I have a little bit more gear with me than the other live streamers do, such as a camping table, a laptop tent. There's only one in the crowd, and you'll easily see when I'm there. Meanwhile, Top Air Portugal touching down. An A320 coming in from Lisbon. Vacating the runway over here at the first exit. Now, if you're liking what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, make sure to subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, so that whenever I go live, you receive a heads up and can join us again. Meanwhile, the next plane coming in is an Embraer 175 from KLM. It is flight 1326 coming in from Alesund, that is, in Norway. The plane we see departed 1 hour and 49 minutes ago. It is 6 years old and was delivered in May 2016. By the looks of it, runway 27 has also opened up again. If I look at flight radar and zoom out a little bit, I can see several planes now flying in the direction of the Buitenvelderbaan. And yet another landing without the reverse thrust applied. Another high-speed passage. Now, as far as I can tell on my video screen, it seems that even under these low light conditions, the camera still seems to be operating quite well. At least everything looks quite visible still over here. I was afraid that when it was getting dark, the image might become grainy or I would have difficulties with the focus, but at least up to now, things are still manageable. I do find that the camera has a bit more difficulty with focusing, but I know that if I focus on the ground and then quickly go up to the airplane, it retains the focus. Meanwhile, our dynamic duo also just touched down. I can see that there are two planes in the vicinity. The first one is going to be a Boeing 737 MAX 8 from Ryanair, one of their new MAXes. Coming in from Dublin, should be turning final any moment now, and in that case we will be able to see it. I don't see it visually just yet. Also making its way over here, an E2 Embraer 195 from KLM coming in from Nice. Now turning base. I think I see the 737 MAX in the distance. Let me see if I can also show you guys. You guys should be able to see it in the top of the screen in the center. Oh! And another Tinder chat spammer to the Ludoki, as we say in the Netherlands. João Lopes Esteves checking in from Lisbon in Portugal. Good day to you. Welcome to the stream. I won't stick around for much longer, I will tell you that. I've been now streaming for 4 hours and 11 minutes. It is getting dark quickly. I will stick around at least for the 737 MAX and the Embraer 195 behind it. Let me also have a look at the weather radar. Always a concern here in the Netherlands. Don't get wet. Oh, nothing. So the weather isn't an issue. Yeah, I have to say I'm positively surprised by the low light conditions and how the camera still performs. That provides more opportunities as far as I'm concerned. Du Leal, also from Brazil, good morning, or is it just beginning of the afternoon for you guys? Welcome to the stream. All other viewers who are still watching, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan runway 18 right, where landings take place. Unfortunately, also runway 27 is in use for landings. And a lot of the traffic is also going there. However, I will stick around a little longer, because what do I see on flight radar? Just approaching south of Hoorn and coming to the Polderbaan, it is a 777 from China Southern Cargo coming in from Guangzhou, if I pronounce that correctly. Airborne now for almost 12 hours. Definitely not going to miss that landing. Oh, and there's also a 777-200 from KLM coming in from Cape Town. So luckily I had a big lunch before going out this afternoon. And luckily I haven't drunk too much, so that I need to go to the toilet urgently, allowing me to be able to stick around a bit longer. So I think I might stick around just a little longer, because there are two heavies inbound, two 777s, and they are not far out. And so far it looks like they will be coming this way. So yeah. DVHB27, thank you so much for your super chat, my friend. Really appreciate it. I will have that patat. I will have that in 3 weeks from now, because currently I'm on a 6-week diet. I'm also a very avid gym enthusiast, and I'm now doing a so-called mini cut after a bulk of almost 4.5 months. You gain some additional fat, and you need to lose that every now and then so that you can grow further. So that's what I am in right now, so very restricted in terms of calories at the moment, but I will definitely have that patatja in 3 weeks from now. And Christy asks if I ever do any nighttime lives. Well, so far I haven't been doing that. I was afraid, as I was saying before, that the camera performance would not be that good during the night. And it is still twilight at the moment, so I don't know yet I don't know for sure yet how the camera will hold up when it really gets dark and how much you can see over here. It is definitely something that has crossed my mind before. Maybe also when the summer gets closer and temperatures are more attractive. It might definitely be something to do in the future. I have thought about it. I haven't been doing it so far, but I look at this as a sort of semi-test case to also see how the camera holds up during low light conditions. So far I haven't been disappointed. So that might be an opportunity for the future. Jeremy Fox mentions how thanks to this live stream you guys were able to see your friends land. That is just awesome. Happy to have been able to provide you with the footage, my friend. That is really awesome. Now folks, 2 more planes coming up. The first one is an Embraer 190 from KLM coming in from London City. It's flight 990. An Embraer 190 departed 36 minutes ago. The age of the plane, 7 years. It was delivered in November 2015. And number 2 behind it, for the first time in a while, another heavy. It is China Southern Cargo flight 2573, a Boeing 777 freighter coming in from Guangzhou in China after a flight of 12 hours and 2 minutes at the moment. And there's a third plane already visible in the distance, and if I look at flight radar, that is an Embraer 190 coming in from Bologna. First up, KLM flight 990 coming in from London City. Another high-speed passage from the KLM pilots. Now quickly back to the camera, with the camera, to see the 777 coming in from Guangzhou. Make sure that it's focused properly. There she is. Let's try that again. So it's 777 freighter, 13 years old, delivered in October 2009. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about, folks. What a magnificent sound. It was, hopefully it was as loud for you guys as it was for me over here. That was really something. Now folks, if you're liking what you're seeing, make sure to subscribe so that whenever I go live in the future you receive a heads up. Unless you don't turn on the notifications, of course. Make sure to do that when you subscribe. It helps me to reach more people like you and me, grow the audience. More people who enjoy this content can find the streams more easily then. So it really helps. Hey Wendy, good evening. Nice of you to join us. Welcome. Meanwhile, next to me, an Embraer 190 from KLM touches down. KLM flight 1592 coming in from Bologna. It is an 11-year-old plane. Delivered in January 2012. Now we'll have another Embraer 190 coming in from Zurich from KLM first, and then we will see another 777, a 777-200 from KLM coming in from Cape Town, South Africa. And things are getting much darker now quickly over here. Let me open up the aperture of the camera fully. Okay, well, that didn't make a lot of difference. So in the foreground we have the Embraer 190 from KLM, flight 1962. If the camera can regain focus. Becomes a little bit more difficult with these landing lights also shining quite brightly. It's already having difficulty focusing. Right, let's quickly turn around the camera because we don't want to miss the 777-200 from KLM coming in from Cape Town, South Africa. There she is. KLM flight 596, it's a 777-200 ER coming in from Cape Town, South Africa after a flight of 11 hours and 7 minutes as we speak. The airplane is an oldie, 19 years old, delivered in February 2003. Let me try and see if I can zoom in on it while retaining the focus. That's a bit difficult. Let me see if I can manually... I thought maybe clicking on the aircraft in the screen of my camera helps to get the focus on it, but it made it worse. So let's not do that. All right, let's see. Now, if I look at flight radar, it seems that with the exception of an A300 from DHL now flying over Osnabrück in Germany still, most of the airplanes that are approaching at the moment are coming in, are all narrow bodies, and as it's getting really dark, I think now's the time for me to call it a day for today's stream. Hopefully, if the weather is good, I will be back tomorrow for another stream, but I think now is the right moment for me to wrap it up for today. So for those of you who are still around, thank you so much for joining me all today. It's been a blast. I had great fun. I hope you guys will join me again during a later stream today. Later stream in the coming week. Again, I'm looking to see if maybe I can do a stream tomorrow if the thunderstorms and thunder showers are not too severe. If not, I will see you at another stream very soon. If you guys like what you saw and you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, you receive a heads up and can join us again. For now, I want to thank everybody who has joined me today. Thanks for all the super chats from all the many people that I received today. I'm really blessed with having such a nice audience as you guys. Hope to see you guys soon. Take care for now and see you all at the next one. Bye for now.